I I snuck on early. Don't tell anybody. Shh. Hi. Welcome in. So, proof of my alcohol. Thank you. For the head pat. Now that I'm moving this out of the way, it's Blue Hawaiian, for anyone curious. I guess first, you also have beer. Nice! Welcome in. First, I want to start the stream with the hand cam section. I figured that section I should make sure I have actual audio on. I want to actually have VOD audio. I Booze Cruise. I want to make sure that my hand cam is first so I'm the least intoxicated. Just in case. We have 2 new redeems today. One's the temporary drink it sheet. Make me drink alcohol. The other one, it didn't set the price right. Let me change that. Didn't set my price correctly. And I threw it together right before I stream. Okay, I'll take a drink. Thank you, Malvin. This is like the only alcohol I can stand, by the way. Besides like a Sex on the Beach. And like one other thing I've had. Okay, this should be like 100. There we go. Okay, so my new redeem, I realized I needed. Let me get some music on. Because we're gonna get some cool, like, nice whimsical music. Because I'm gonna be showing off my tarot cards. And my Oracle deck. 2 very different decks, different purposes, but 2 things I am really enjoying that I have. And I'll be happy to show. Let me get like... I just need some like basic music. I don't know. Just something relaxing in the background. Sure. Just so I'm not sitting here. Random background music. But yeah, we have the new redeem. This, you find it. You can spray me if I'm being horny. We know I probably needed that for a while. But as any cool tarot deck, it comes with a guidebook. And the whole purpose of this is like it tells you about the cards, their meanings, and about the deck itself and how you should read it and how you should work with it. Thank you for the drink it sheet. We also have the normal hydrate, redeem, and stuff for water/soda. I have both next to me. I'll choose them I will. Yeah, it has like info on like every single card. Then we have the actual deck itself in this nice little satchel. It's pretty. Has like a little hemp ties. I very much enjoy it. It'll be fine. I'll totally be tolerant. My goal is 8 hours. Thank you for the happy 500. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, I should do welcome. Sorry. Welcome Ross. Welcome Fire Shadow. Welcome Tragedy. Welcome A-Pop. This music's loud. Welcome Ramnar, welcome Malthin, welcome Sailing. Witchcraft, so I guess it's in that realm, yeah. If I had to follow a faith, it'd be Wicca and stuff. But I just went off of order. I didn't say you last, you were second to last, relax. First I'll read the cool little like poem it has inside this little vase to kind of give you like a clue about the type of deck this is. A lot of retail decks tend to do this in decks you can find. This is my first tarot deck I ever bought and probably one of my favorite. Magic of feather, song and air, awaken, inspire, and make aware. Magic of claw, hearth and fire, warm and live in and inspire. Magic of fin, womb and water, love and dreams conjure. Magic of fur, seed and earth, embody, nourish, and give birth. Magics within and around awaken, spirits answers and guidance taken. It's like a little mantra. I like stuff like that because it helps you. To me, with this type of stuff, it's important like place faith in it on your end and to have a level of, even if you're superstitious, kind of just trusting like your intuition of what you pick or something. There's something to it to me. You're not unloved, Malthin. Relax. You're all lovely people. And there's another one in here, inside on the internal compartment. Ask your question, shuffle the cards, open the book and take a look. Spirit hears what's in your heart and answers with love, wisdom, and art. Hi, Rigels, welcome in. And now we're opening. The cards in this are pretty big. I even kept like the little plastic rubber band. I can put like slightly, I don't want to like reveal myself. Slightly, show them, oh no, you can see arm, whatever. My little chubby arms, it's fine. Oh wait. I'm not used to having my arms. Yeah, we have our cards here. Mine are currently shuffled. They're a big ol' mess. But let me look through and I'll pick out a few random ones and just show. I'm not gonna do like any readings. I'm very, very unaligned right now. I haven't taken any time to actually use this deck since I moved, and for me that's important. For a lot of people who use these, it's kind of important to feel like you're actually aligned, and I guess attune's a good word. Like attune to your deck and connect it. Because a lot of it's like but you have to have the belief on your end, in my opinion, to get something out of it. I'm doing a very shabby shuffle. You can also see I have a blanket around me. It's gonna get cold. No blanket bite marks in the cards, suspicious. Hold. You guys want bite marks, right? Hold. This won't have any like info on it, right? Yeah, okay. Hold. Yes, it's good. I took a bite out of it. I bit off the stamp spot. It's a USPS envelope too. They're gonna come get me. I'm in trouble. This sheet. It's on brand. This is what you sign up for. But yeah, let me shuffle around. This deck isn't the most visually like crazy in terms of depictions, but I like it a lot. Like, it has a lot of very pretty images, and each image, if it'll focus, has like very clear different meanings and stuff. And like messages it's trying to portray, and each card does. And for me, that's like one of my favorite parts about this deck, and it has like a very... When I think of a tarot deck, I kind of wanted that like whimsical fairy tale-esque art that feels like something like you'd see in like a picture book. That's kind of how this deck is. In every sample. Hi, Charlie. You can see my hands, the filthy Dota hands. You have a sheep tarot deck? What? That's crazy. I'm jealous. Where do I get that? Thank you for the grats on 500, Demito. I'm saying your name wrong on purpose. Can I do this? Hello? I swear I'm a competent human being sometimes. Yeah, DM it. Hello? Okay, I'm not getting this to work right now. We're just putting it in the bag. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell on me. If you tell on me, I'll know. Also, as advertised, a big part of the stream is I'm getting drunk tonight. I've never been drunk. I've been tipsy. I've almost hit drunk status, but I've been drunk. We have the, like, Drink It Autumn redeem. Okay, this music's pissing me off. I thought I like it. We have the Drink It Autumn redeem. That is for making me drink. Real goat hands. I know, I have hands. Wow. They're like weird little, like, I have weird double joints too. I can like shotgun my finger, and it's kind of gross. I promise I'm still cute, even if my fingers are witchy. Hey, witchy fingers, it fits. But the real thing I wanted to show, that I really, really love the art of, is for my Oracle deck, which is a separate type of deck. Oracle decks are used a lot more for like... I'd say they're a lot more of like general question stuff that you use differently than a tarot deck, and I think they're a lot more personally. And you kind of have to have really like good like in tune for them to actually work. The art on them is beautiful. Like the art is gorgeous. Get on my little shaky hands. Like, the art is very pretty. I don't think there's any nudity in this. I don't think. Like, that's almost nudity. Let me check. I haven't looked at my deck in a while. Do we have any nudity? Naked witch riding a broom. Really cool seasons card. Because, like, this type of deck is a lot more of a, like... It has very clear advice for the cards on what you're supposed to have. Because, like, this is a lot more of a loose interpretable thing. Like, instead of, say, like, a 1 of air, it's 1 knowing. Take the first step. That's the interpretation of the card. Generally, it's telling you to take the first step in something if you draw this when you're, like, thinking about or asking a question. Or... There's the Sacred Vows, which symbolize commitment. Like, it's a very nice beginner-friendly one that shows you on the card, like, a rough, like, few-word description of what it should probably mean. And I think that's very helpful for someone who's kind of catching up with my own want and enjoyment of this stuff. I never had the time growing up. Did I do this wrong? Now we'll make it work. You gifted tarot deck because I was told I was gifted. Nice. Yeah, they're really cool to me. I pissed them off. I'll set them down. I don't want to damage the cards. They're very important to me. Oh, wait. I'm a genius. But yeah, ignore my boobers hanging over. I'm gonna shut off to the video display. Okay, we're good. No more video. I'm gonna take a sip of alcohol because no one's redeemed it in a few minutes. Oh wait, one more thing. Sorry, camera's coming back. Ignore the boobies, ignore the boobies. There's a fly in my room. Okay. Look at my evil eye necklace. You can do this. Come on, you can do this. It doesn't want to really, like, work. The evil eye is a really cool symbolic symbol. And I have a lot of appreciation and attachment to it. So I have multiple pieces, like, I have multiple pieces of jewelry on my wish list I want with it. Oh, thank you for the head pads. Yeah, let me shut off this weird video. I don't know who that is. Some random bitch behind the camera. Let me take a snack. I have these little, like, Nerds gummy clusters. Very good. And take 2 sips of alcohol. Like, I know alcohol for most people is pretty enjoyable, and it's enjoyable for me in the right way. But I have the hyperactive taste buds I've talked about before because of my eating disorder. I can feel it burning my throat already. Okay. So, we're gonna get to choose 1 or 2, because we have 2 options. At the 2 drinks, you won't feel it? Probably. We have 2 options, so we can start with a drunk horror game and go straight into, like, heavy gaming. Or I have a little something special in mind of showing something in progress. Not a lot, but showing a little bit of something in progress. Towards, you know, the big ol' thing coming, the re-debut. I'm feeling inclined to think I'd prefer to show that right now and then we play a game. I think. I'm really bad at planning. Believe it or not, I'm not good at the whole planning thing. Believe it. I'll throw it in my downloads. That works. So, you guys have to, like, keep this to yourself. It's part of my model work art that's coming. Okay? It's kind of serious. So, like, you know, oh yeah, Apop doesn't have the emotes anymore. Poor Apop. So, here's a work in progress screenshot. I'll show you guys. I'm not showing everything. I'll show a little bit. This is like mid shading, still in like the early mid work. The shoulders are bare because it's there's nothing on right now in this, so I can't show it all. Thank you for the gift stuff by your shadow to Apop. Thank you. Yeah, the ears are really cute. Thank you, thank you. It looks really good. You conscript. I'm really happy of how it's turning out. Another thing while we're here, I've showed this once or twice, but I want to actually show. Hi, Barugi. Hi. Welcome in. Thank you for the head pat. I want to actually show this now, because if I'm showing this, I'm showing this too. Thank you. Yeah, she looks really pretty. So we have This is a version of El Show. I've shown it once on stream, but I think it was during dead hours and everyone was lurking, so it's okay. We have this coming. It's the re-debut date. I've locked in a day. Ignore the bottom right, that doesn't matter, you know, that's, who knows what that means? That could be anything, really, if you think about it. If you think about it, that could really be anything. Like, you're like, what is... Don't say why? Why did you describe it that way? I'm drinking to that, okay. Oh, that burn, yeah. Oh, and another one, thank you, Fire Shadow, okay. Our first glass is almost done. We're 25 minutes in. And we're trying to go 8 hours. What you drinking? Blue Hawaiian. Blue Hawaiian. Drink some water. Oh, man. You guys are no fun. But yeah, the 7th of October is when we're gonna be looking at it. You guys better have the day open. Very important. I'm not allowed, by word of my own viewers, to do a 24-hour stream. I've thought about it, but I've been told no every time. Oh no, not the fucking mic. I've been told no every time I thought about a 24-hour stream. So, there's lore for it, Ramnoy. This lore is gonna come out. You guys get to see. I'm probably gonna do a 12-hour that day. Not a 24. You guys won't let me do 24, so we're gonna go halfway. We're gonna go for 12. But today, probably 6 to 8, somewhere. We're gonna definitely hit like a lazy, drunk autumn point. So I'm trying to be a good entertainer now. You've done 2 10 hours in a time? I can imagine. So I have a lot of burps right now. I think it's the alcohol. And I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry. God, I'm nervous. But yeah, so let me get this image off screen. And for our first little bit of gamering, because we're gonna be here for a while tonight. You guys are stuck with me. I'm gonna put survive 8 hours, please promise just in case. I can try. I have to get drunk first, and I have to feel like I can do it. I can't promise anything on that. It's a maybe. I'll try. I have like no confidence in the ability to sing. I have to get drunk enough first to like feel like I'll do it. So for our first little bit of gaming, I'm not gonna do Dota. I'll save that for later when I'm drunk. Just don't let me queue ranked. I have 2 ideas in mind. Let me grab the one, because it's sounding fun right now. I'm enjoying the idea of something not like cozy, but I guess it is cozy. In like 2 or 3 hours the alcohol would have hit. Well, in like 2 or 3 hours, ask me again and I'll probably say yes if it's hitting. Probably. I'm a people pleaser. I don't like saying no. Just for something to play in the background for now, I'm gonna play Witch Hand. It's a goofy little game. It's a little like card-based, like you build your board. Just for something in the background while we talk. Not at all our focus. I just want something like up. So I'm not sitting here just staring at you guys and you're staring at me. And I'm staring at you guys and you're staring at me in the black abyss behind me. Another drink it. Oh my god. First glass down. Let me grab another. Be right back. still here. I'm just pouring. Give me a moment. This is also the funny moment. That's okay, it's my fan. I knocked over a fan, we're fine. We're fine. That fan fucking... Oh, he fell over! Oh. That's not good, Mr. Fan. Mr. Fan. Hi. Okay. Listen, well... I'll up the price as it gets later. I'm just trusting you guys to responsibly hydrate balance me, and if you don't, we'll see what happens. I trust my chat a little too much. Thank you for the self-care. I'm doing a soda sip for this one. Thank you for the head pats. Soda isn't hydrating? Well, I drink soda. I'll stretch. And more alcohol. Oh, brother, maybe I should drink the water. Okay, I'll take a sip of water. Okay. We're ready to game. So this game's very simple. Oh yeah, we had like the infinite run last time I played. Okay, no, better idea. Sorry. I said background game, right? When was the last time I drank water? Like with a meal or like just a glass, or what do you mean? Like, I had like a half a water bottle earlier. And I'm drinking part of mine now. We're just gonna play balloons. Yeah, I had half. It's like my big water bottle. It's a hydro flask. I don't know. It's 40 ounces. So I had 20 ounces. It's 1 liter for European friends. So I had half a liter. We're gonna play balloons. Excuses? It's not excuses. You're excuses. Anyways. I appreciate you guys being here. Oh, it's the sea shanty. Okay, let's see. Go, Dart Monkey, go. It's you. Hold it down. Oh my god, he didn't hold it down. Another drink? Okay. After 2 glasses, I'll increase the timer. Okay, it's not working out, mister. Open lobbies. Oh, I should do that. That'd be smart. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Hold. That's smart. Here. People can join if they have balloons and they want to play. I don't care. Just get in here if you want to. I'll put it on anywhere. That's awesome, but it's a good idea. Also, yeah, I scooped because I missed balloons. I don't like missing balloons. Okay. Do we use the Clissy? It's okay, no worries. Worst case, you can just watch. Do we use the Clissy? Or do we use the little alien? Choose our hero. Either or is good. I'm hearing noises. Someone must be in our lobby. Alien? Okay, little alien it is. No Clissy. Oh no, that's just him. Oh. No worries. I'll give a minute. I'm gonna eat another gummy cluster. This is also what I mentioned. I've only had one meal. I have good self-preservation. I'll be okay. I'll be fine. It was a big meal. I'll be okay. I'm drinking. I do need a shepherd. I'm drinking Blue Hawaiian. It's not that strong, I don't think. But I've never been drunk. Like, I've been tipsy, but I haven't been drunk. My roommate, she's gonna hate me tonight. Is that what Blue Hawaiian usually is? Huh. I guess it's around 14% because Fireshot is a nerd who knows that. Apparently. I just have a big old glass and I'm just taking sips. They're not like shots, I'm just taking sips. We'll be fine, you guys can take care of me. I believe in you guys. Just don't let me do anything bad, and if I do, you have this. Hi Mana Song, hi. I'm giving one more second in case anybody wants to join. Is this the map I want to do? No, let's go underground. This map looks stupid. Okay, to be fair, my meal, you're gonna hate me for this. You ready? It was 20 nuggets and some fries, and that's it. Hi, thank you for the head pat, Basil. Hi, Hatsushi. No worries, take your time. Thank you for the congrats, thank you. Yeah, just 20 nuggets and some fries. It was like it's because it's feeding me for the day. I usually eat on one meal a day. I guess I should have added that for context. Plus, I mean, I'm chubby, shut up. I'm a little chubby American. I'm small and chub, what can I say? Squishy just like wool. Magic monkeys only. Imagine if I did that. I'd make Fire Shadow set. I know he only likes Sniper Monkey. I won't do any game modes. I'll wait a second for Tupo because Tupo wants to join. I hope you guys are having a good Friday. Yeah, like, I feel like I'll be fine, and I have a little snack of candy, and I have some pretzels if I really need something filling in my room. And if I really, really need, I can just wander out in, like, in an ad break, take a little extended moment, and make some pizza rolls. I have a big old bag of those. Did you guys see on Twitter what happened to my first bottle I had? So the first bottle of the Blue Hawaiian we bought, it shattered in the freezer because my roommate told me it should be fine to put it in there, and we agreed. And we forgot to open it, so it like shattered and just like spilled its contents around. It wasn't too bad. She cleaned it up pretty quick, but I had to go outside. That's never good. Sheep aren't made to go outside. I'm made for indoors. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. I am jamming to this song while I'm here. Guys, I think the alcohol might be starting to hit. I feel giggly. We'll be okay. It's been 40. Be fine. Just take it nice on me and don't do anything too drastic. There's so many maps in Bloons too. Another drink? Wow. You. Oh god. Then drink more. Then drink water. You are DD of your friend group? You sound like a good friend for that, Hitsuji. If I actually went outside, I probably would be. I only like alcohol once in a while, and it like lowers my stress when I drink it, and I can be extra goofy and open. That's the only reason I'm doing this. I can just be goofy and open, and I'm probably gonna be sappy tonight. If I say anything embarrassing, don't clip it, I'll cry. Confidence just, Like, I'll probably be like, oh my god, I love you, chat. Okay. We have 3. It's good enough for me. I'm hitting ready. Oh. Did it kick Tupa? Did it push you out, Tupa? There you go. Oh, it says game starting soon now. We can play! Okay. Oh. But I hit all. Oh, wait, we each get a what? Okay. I guess I get top right. Oh, we get a free Dart Monkey. Uh-oh, I had a little spike. It'll be fine. I hope you guys are having an amazing day. All plates. Boomerang monkey. I'm hitting go. We'll be good. They have Santa hats. It must be because Tupa actually plays this game looking at levels. Yeah, I'll probably nuke it after in case. I won't nuke any clips, but like I'll preserve clips by downloading. But if I get a little too silly, I'll probably nuke the VOD. I'm in your guys' care tonight. You better be good. You guys are my caretakers. You know how to treat a sheep, don't you? Damn, I'm gonna keep hitting go until we get suffered. I'm not slurring, we're fine. No. I'm just relaxed. Worst case, we can cut it at 5 hours if it's going a little too hard. We're at least going for 5. Go! I love and appreciate all of you, by the way. I'd say this normally. This isn't some weird thing because I'm drunk. I need to message all my friends more. I've made VTubing. No, it's not. No. I don't believe you. Oh, I was almost gonna say maybe we could play that one stupid Astral Party game on stream. But I removed that game. It was a fun, like, one-time collab, like, community game. I should buy Jackbox sometime. I don't own any of them. Yeah, that was the game, like, 100% OJ. Yeah. So did we all get the free Dart Monkey because someone has it in here? Is that how it works? Because I know I don't have the tech for it. Is that how it works with online lobbies? If one person has the tech, you all benefit? Thank you for the love. Thank you, A-Pop. Thank you. Plane is poppin'. Nice. Good job.
Rules are made to be broken.
Nobody has the auto start thing. It probably allows us to not have to hit start every round. I didn't know that was a thing. I am very casual with my balloons experience. Do we have any camo? We don't need camo yet, but I know it's coming. Oh, okay. Think, Did you guys see how I have the Fansly coming? I'm excited. That's gonna be sometime in the next few months. I have to figure out what I want to do on there. I'm probably just gonna start with, like, the most simple, like, gameplay format. That's cool. That's interesting. Thank you for the knowledge. Information stored. Game plan formulating. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna end up doing like I have a link, yeah. It's like my throne. Like, it exists. I have a throne, believe it or not. I just don't link it. I think linking a throne is very weird if you're aggressively linking it, so I kind of hide it. It doesn't work. It does work for throne. Fansly is just autumn fuchsia. If you go on there. I didn't think to make an exclamation point. That'd be smart. I should. That'd be smart. Why don't you DM me that? Just one of you. I don't care who. Someone DM me, make an exclamation point Fansly command. I'll be in your debt, whoever does it. I don't care who. Thank you. Yeah, I know, but they can be kind of weird. I know they're okay with Patreon. Because I have a friend who links her Patreon, she's never had an issue. But with something more like 100% adult, like, I have a card. I should put it on my card. I forget about my card. Because it's like autumnfuchsia.card.co or something. Yeah. That's the right link. He has a shield. We got Oben. I should save for my guy. Oh no, we have no anti-lead.
Game over, man.
Okay, that saved us. Those nails saved us. I'll get red hot rings. I forgot. Yeah, I have red hot rings too, so we'll be fine now. You know what sounds good right now? Pizza. I haven't had any pizza in like a week. Pizza's awesome. No, it's not. I can crave pizza to crave pizza. You're a lightweight. I'm the strongest alcohol drinker ever. Oh, my money! Druid of the Jungle. Now he'll make vines just like our boy Oben. More drink? Okay. I'll probably sip some water after. I do have links, yeah. I don't have that one either, I know. I'm really bad, cause like... my brain always assumes people aren't gonna care about me enough to like look at my socials, which isn't good. I know. My brain goes like, oh, no one's gonna like, you don't get the type of people who wanna like buy you stuff on like your Throne Autumn, so don't worry about that. Or stuff like that. Also, ignore the first thing on my throne, don't ask. If you look, you'll see it, don't ask. It's not important. Okay, let's see. We have monkeys, snipers, we have that. I make cannon monkey. What do you mean it wasn't a meme? When? Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't know. I never use my throne. I keep minimal stuff on it in case. But I at least need to buy the first thing on there in case I go down a certain route on the blue site I won't name. I won't say what it is and stuff for the sake of being TOS friendly, but if you look, you'll understand. It speaks for itself. I like funny monkeys, you should too.
Executing hack.
Yo, who built Juggernaut Monkey? Is this Tupo? Did you get Juggernaut Monkey? That's awesome. I don't think Fire Shadow would build Juggernaut. Juggernaut Monkey's cool. You're a sniper and money man? I mean, we're doing well. It's easy so far.
Executing hack.
Upgrade time.
Wizard Monkey. And we'll go bottom track, cause then he'll do the balloons that do the thing. Yeah. We'll make the Go Zombie balloons, yeah. Thank you for the money and balloons. I'll take another sip. God, I love candy. This candy in this bowl is so good right now. I have like a little bowl of candy that I set up before stream. God bless. While we're playing, this is a good opportunity for a little bit of kind of funny story time. So, I've worked a few jobs. I've been out of work since after college just because of situation. There was a time when I worked at like a secondhand game slash like record store place. It was a bit of just like a secondhand like nerd stuff, I guess. It's like a good way of like encapsulating it. What's cool with it, when I worked there, I just got a memory of like the first day like after when I walked, because that's when I lived in the city. I walked after my shift to his pizza shop. It was kind of just like a walk in, grab a slice pizza shop. I walked in and I got a pizza slice, right? And there's this really pretty police officer lady. And she smiled at me.
Awesome.
I just remember that. That's all. I have a normal sense of brain. That's the gay agenda. I know, it's such a good informative story.
Moa. Handle it.
I leveled up.
Executing hack.
Yeah, I don't have anything like quote unquote like crazy planned today. It's more of just a hangout and celebrate everything Autumn Day, cause like, holy crap, I'm at 500.
Executing hack.
And I figured why not get goofy and drink and maybe try to, if I get comfortable enough drunk, maybe I'll try karaoke, but I don't even know what I'd sing. It had to be something from a musical. But I have like... I can't even sing, so I don't know how to be good. You need the karaoke? We'll see. Like, that's my fear, like, I legit just can't sing, right? Thank you for the drink, Kit. 1 second, let me finish this gummy. But yeah, towards the end of the stream,
Handle this.
and I'm probably like scraping for like the last few hours of what to do. That's when we'll probably Dota. Or I had the funny idea of what if I swapped it out as a joke and I streamed like a League of Legends game and I acted like it was Dota. I just act like it's normal. Horrible, I hate it. As I say as I play it. I like League of Legends because they have the really pretty cute short stacks.
Executing.
And monsters. Dota has some good monsters too though. Oh no, our second glass is about empty. Okay, well, bottoms up. Okay. 1 second on the next round if we can. I'm gonna up the drink it sheep timer to like 5 minutes for a bit. And I'm gonna fill up my drink again. It is, yeah. That's not good. I probably slow for a bit after this glass. It's been on the edge of like a third of to half the bottle after this one. More like a third. But that's a lot in an hour, probably. So I put the timer up to 5 minutes and try to be, you know. Mostly the sugar, it's gonna shock.
Affirmative.
Okay, I'm ready. Just 100. 100 what? Did I miss something? I probably missed something. Oh, points. Yeah, I should up it. Let's make it 500. Just so I get a bit of a, like... a stagger. Oh, honk honk. I imagine it's not the craziest amount overall, but it's probably a lot for me, right? Because I don't drink. Like the last time I had more than a glass was Shut up, I'm not short. The last time I had more than a glass before I started streaming, it was a fresh bottle when I opened it. That's how much we've drank so far on stream. It was like a third of the bottle.
Handled it.
I come in peace.
Okay, I gotta never drink it.
Handled it. Handle it. BFB. Handle it.
Be okay. Worst case, we'll figure out something cool to zone out. I want to use the stupid new monkey. This little mer monkey. But I don't have enough pops. Yeah, I will if I start feeling good. My tummy's a little, like, rumbly, but I'll be okay. Yeah, it is a really big, like, order to unlock 3 million balloons. It just feels like you have to do so much.
Executing hack.
How it is done. Upgrade in progress. Large target acquired.
This will probably be the stream where I'm gonna be my goofiest. It's just like 3 100 round maps. True. Is it though? Cause mine's only at 3 at like 150k, and I mean we're 70 rounds in. Unless it doesn't count like this run on its live counting.
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked. For when I do choose a musical, if I do karaoke, or try, do we want something sad? Do we want something action-y? Do we want something romantic? We have a lot of options. Like, I'm not gonna choose a song that has any crazy belting or anything, because I know I can't do that. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense that it gets harder once it's just pure Bloom Slater and higher. I know what I'll make. Dark Gunner. Look at him, he's holding the line. He's trying his best.
Get wrecked.
Okay, that's it, we're aiming him. I want to aim him myself. There's also a chance I might play some Minecraft or something. The idea of Minecraft sounds fun.
Handled it.
I do want to, after the re-debut, so like after October, restart the community Minecraft server. And then also while I'm yapping my brain out, we have for next, for next ASMR video release, it's gonna be super pampery and it's gonna be kind of like almost like romantic. So, yeah. It's definitely more of like the most girlfriend experience you'll ever be in an ASMR, probably. And it's a goblin girl, because who else would it be?
Executing hack.
I had a lot of fun writing the script so far. I'm like 2/3 of the way through. I hope it does well when I actually record it.
Target acquired.
Get wrecked.
See, I wish that Twitch would let me get away with whatever I want some days in like a general sense as a creative. Because the stupidest drunk stream to me would be if Twitch would allow it. Imagine if I drunk hopped on and, whoa, I hit someone else's button. And, oh, that's mine. What does this button do? I just hit a big red button. It's gone now. Imagine if I was able to sit there and goofy stream myself, like, live writing, like, smut, because that's a hobby of mine. An emergency button. Ah. Oh, I never used Gunner. I never knew that. Oh. Oh. Intriguing. Okay, Gunner, let's give you laser cannon.
Engage silence. Enemy button.
Pew pew pew.
Get wrecked.
That's the type of like random stuff I might do once I have a Fansly. Even if I don't end up doing full on like, man, I pop nothing. Even if I don't end up doing like full on like horny streams. I want to do like creative stuff and stuff like that.
Cash money. Executing hack.
It sounds fun. I think I'd enjoy it. 100 rounds for free monkey. Oh, I never knew that.
Get wrecked.
Hold the ankle, dart monkey. Darting gunner.
Executing hack.
We're winning!
Get wrecked. Executing hack.
Oh, it's only 1 hour in. It feels like it's been way longer. Huh. Damn. Drinking distorts your perception. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. I guess that makes sense. I took a sip on my own accord there. Another one.
Get wrecked. Handle it.
Thank you for the raid, Kilted. Hi. Let me give you a shout out. I'm a little tipsy. I'm okay. Hi, Kilted. Hi. Welcome in. I'm not drunk. It's only an hour in. But hi, I'm Autumn Fuchsia. I almost tipped in my I I got up in my chair and it felt weird. I'm on a Fuchsia Sleep Librarian VTuber, cozy gamer, a little bit of horror, a little bit of goofiness, a little bit of horny. I hope you guys had a good stream. Yeah, it's a celebration. I felt it when I stood up earlier and I didn't say anything and I full on stumbled. How goes balloons? I'm being carried. It's a viewer lobby. Anyone can join.
Game over, man.
You heard it? I'm not talking about my fan fell over. Like, there was another time. Wait, did you hear that one? Oh. Nah, you're lying to me. You're being stupid. I'll just refuse to believe it. I am very goofy right now. My chair is cozy. So nice having a new chair. I click the button and they die. Wizard monkey. Go wizard monkey.
Guys? Guys?
Yeah, I hope your stream was good and cozy. I'm assuming you were doing Darkest Dungeon. I hope it was good. Honestly, sometime soon I should do mod applications. Or just look to someone in my community to be a new mod, because our usual mods just end up busy or aren't around, which isn't an issue. They have their own stuff going on. I just probably should, especially for streams like this, right? Where I go full brain goofy mode. You mod for me just to time out Ross every 5 minutes. Wow! Talk about a vendetta. Killed a trio of peeps. Nice! Good job. I'm proud of you. Kinda dangerous. Yeah. Like, I know I'll be able to shut off the stream if I need to. But I know I'm the type of bullheaded person. I'm gonna sit here for at least 5 hours. If I need to sober up a bit, I'll probably just focus on a game of Dota. My head's definitely a little funny. It's probably the alcohol. Probably that alcohol we talked about. Like, I grabbed one of these Nerds gummy clusters, and I've been sitting here with my fingers, like, slowly taking off nerd by nerd while eating it. I'm gonna be a wreck tomorrow. It's a good thing. I have a collab tomorrow. I have a collab with some awesome people tomorrow. It's Whiplash, Finbar, and
Handled it.
another person we invited on, I can't remember the name of right now, not in a bad way, my brain's just blanking. I haven't met them before. I won't be drunk, we'll be fine. We're not gonna die here, right? Kinda looking spooky.
Have you tried turning
Oh, we died. Damn. I'll drink my alcohol. To be fair, my monkeys I took kinda sucked. I'm gonna drink responsibly as best as I can. I figure the brunt of it's gonna hit early on. And then it's gonna like slow down or fizzle. That's been my assumption. That's how I thought of it. I want to do one more balloons run before we do whatever we're doing next. If you two want to join again, you're more than welcome. Let me get it ready. I'm looking to spend my monkey money. No worries, understandable. I get it. Something something. You hate me. Something something. I'm the parasocial streamer who's parasocial for my viewers. Probably. Not. Probably. What's in here? Oh, hero stuff. Oh. Powers. Primary monkey buffs. I see boomerang. I buy. I'm gonna do one more. Both for parasocial and aren't they? Maybe. Probably. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm just a sheep. An achievement. I'll probably solo this one so it goes quicker. And then we can figure out what we're doing next. Hopefully that's okay. I mean, I imagine it is, but I'm gonna do one solo and we'll get done. And then we'll figure out what we're doing. Oh, it's one of those double maps. I don't like this map. You're raging? You're a raging monster. Wow. I want to do this one. I believe in Boomerang Monkey. He can hold the angle. He did it! First round. Go Boomerang! He didn't hold it. Okay, we'll give him a glaive and try again. Thank you for the drink, it redeem. I'll take a sippy. I should probably drink water. I appreciate it. Thank you for the congrats on 500 in the head pat. Thank you. I love head pats. I have a feeling my viewers after this are gonna be pressuring me to not do this again, just like how I shouldn't do 24-hour streams. Just a gut feeling. I don't know why. Something my tummy is telling me. I read chat, Fire Shadow. I saw that. I'm reading chat, I'm a doofus. Hold the angle, pirate ship. That's funny, you forgot you did and thought you had a message. Let's see, I didn't! You're crazy. The only person I DM is myself. Everyone's DM is just a journal. I go in your DMs and I'm like, hi, and really, the secret is I'm just journaling. Did I? Oh. That's awesome. I thought I tabbed out. You guys trust me to do this fine. Absolute worst case if I somehow end up really shit-faced. We ended 3 in like half hours. We're going for at least 5. My head just feels a little funny. But I assume it's normal.
A great time.
I assume. Dun 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 dun. Na 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 na. Dun 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 dun. It's not karaoke, don't call it that. I'm humming like an idiot. After this mount, I'll go pee. And I'll think about looking out for a song. Because the poll did say I should at least try. 9 out of 10 people voted yes. One person did say no. But the majority did say yes. Whatever that means, one person thinks I will... Oh well. Whatever that means, one person thinks I'll fail. Or they're from the future. Or they just think it might not be the best idea, who knows. The majority voted. I'll probably attempt a category switch if we do that, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I just stay in special events. I'm not sure. Categories are hard when I do streams like this. I don't know. It's hard.
I come in peace.
I just feel like I was talking weird. Little UFO guy. Yeah!
Greetings.
His name's Eden. ETN. He's our little hero. Hi. Charlie, I think I might allegedly be drunk. At least a little bit. Just in case, too, I'm gonna move my camera to be pointed away from me. I'm gonna be smart. Point it at my other wall. Like far side of my room. So just in case. I think that's smart. Yo, this guy is holding the angle. Good job, Monkey Buccaneer. Look at him. He's a one-man army. It's on the way there, if not already there. I'm probably a little bit on the way. This is the most alcohol I've had in a year.
Seeking the objective. Shields up.
I went the wrong path. Oops. No glasses, sorry monkey. You can't cosplay me today. You guys know, like, you guys have seen me play Dota, right?
Seeking the objective.
You know, Enchantress from Dota? Like the deer lady?
Greetings.
She's pretty.
Greetings.
Oh my god, Monkey Buccaneer, he's going crazy.
Greetings.
I'm just hearing a constant thump of shooting. Now we'll do some primary monkeys near it because they're cheaper. I appreciate you guys. That's all. The fact that you watch a little goofball like me. Did you message me? No? What the heck? Give it the love. But the fact that you guys like hang out with a little goofball like me warms my heart. I know you guys have a lot of options of who to hang out with. And it just means a lot that you choose to hang out with my goofy ass. I try my best.
Now get quiet.
I know I'm not always the best at what I do, but I try. It's not some sort of weird,
Progress.
ah! Why are you bonking me? I'm being attacked. What did I do? I'm not like doubting myself. I'm just expressing appreciation for you guys. I know I should be more confident as a streamer. It's just hard some days. I appreciate you. I get a lot of stupid brainworms that like my voice holds me back or something. Oh, he's spaceship! But I get a lot of brainworms about like my voice and stuff, and like I'm not like the super hyper content creator. I don't know, that's not what everybody watches, but I know like a nice amount of people watch that type of stuff, and it makes me worry sometimes that like I'm shooting myself in the foot by not forcing myself to be energetic. I'm rambling, I'm sorry. You can ensue bonking, I probably deserve it. I know, I try to be myself. I was clicking the wrong spot. I try to be myself. I do my best. You know. It's just hard for my brain to accept that because I never really had the experience of people wanting to hang out with me for me growing up. I think it's just hard for my brain to accept that some days. Nothing like weird or personal when I say that stuff. It's just I literally never had that growing up, so I think my brain like doesn't think of it as like a real thing in the sense of like people watch me just for me. Like I know you guys are probably. But like my brain just struggles to like fully encapsulate that. Oh. But anyways, my whole little like... Oh, okay, more drink. But my whole like escapade was meant to be as like... I really appreciate you guys and I'm excited to keep going. Especially with the re-debut. I have this weird gut feeling like... I'm gonna start like quote-unquote growing a lot more. With the better model and more horny vibe openly. I just want to make sure everyone knows I'm never gonna be like weird about like distancing from like my viewers or anything and like abandoning original viewership for new viewership or something. I'm still gonna be the same shape when I re-debut. Ah, that burned. I love you guys, that's all. I can be bonked again if I deserve it. I just really enjoy my viewers. Not in like some sort of like I care about numbers way, but I just like hanging out with you guys. You guys are cool. We need a fucking mortar monkey. He's mortaring. Yeah, after this, I'm gonna, look at going to the restroom, because I have to pee. And then look at maybe trying to do karaoke. Because that was the plan. Dun 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 I don't really know what I'm gonna sing though, but I'll look for something. I don't know if I use my just chatting screen when I try it. I guess so. I guess it makes sense. Fave song? It's hard to have a favorite right now. Like, my current favorite musical song is a song I just don't have like the vocal range for it because it's like all like low range male performance. And it has a lot of growls in it and everything. Little outside of my like range. I might do something just from a simple musical or something. Growls, huh? Yeah, like vocal growls. Yeah. Okay, when we hit round 80, I really have to do a quick BRB break.
Seeking the objective.
I really thought I'd be good at holding it. We'll be very fast. Our call makes you have to pee. I never knew that. Oh, yeah, we'll try a few songs. Definitely gonna all be in English. I should start relearning another language at some point. I used to know a good bit of German. I was even learning Mandarin at a point. Japanese was always cool, but I didn't like
Upgrade in progress.
think about it. Why are you saying the floodgates are opening? What does that mean? Are you calling my need to pee floodgates? That's weird. You're a floodgate. Hi, Nocti. I don't know what that means, so it's weird. Oh no, I'm gonna have to keep going more and more? That's not cool. But I drained the P. I'm not having to go yet, but apparently, I don't know, something about floodgates. Ask them.
How it is done.
I don't get it. This isn't fishy. Too complicated. Keep holding the angle. We did it! Okay, I'm gonna BRB really quick. Be right back. Please don't leave, I'm sorry, I just have to pee. BRB. Don't hide. No hiding. I'm gonna have a drink. Should I drink some water first? Cause I've been drinking water since the last water redeem. Yeah, I'll probably drink water. And I'll drink it. My head spun a little when I got up. I know I mentioned it once. If you guys ever want to be the sweetest little sweet flock members ever, I have nuggets on my throne. That's my favorite thing in the world. I would never ask people to spend anything more than that ever in my life. I even like that little joke, like while I'm drunk. I'm not drunk. While I'm like tipsy. Feels like over the line for me. But yeah, nuggy. Let me take a sip and then I'll do my self-care. I've been taking smaller sips just to kind of pace it a bit better. Let's go. Oh, sorry. Let's go. You're running out of coins. Woohoo! Okay. Well, we can keep it going until we die on this, and then we'll look at the karaoke idea. I know Tupo's been waiting patiently, and he suggested it originally. We'll see what we can do. Listen, don't talk about the first phone item. Don't talk about it. Don't do it. Don't talk about it. It's fine. I don't have XP, yeah? You ain't saying shit. It's a, I don't know where it came from. Must have manifested itself. Thank you for the raid, Shiva. Hi. Can I pause? Hi. I'm apparently tipsy. Hi. Let me give you a shout out. Thank you. Oh wait, that's myself. Shit, I'm sorry. Oh no, it's over. Wait. I can do this. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There we go. Hi, welcome in. I'm Autumn, Sheep Librarian VTuber. We're celebrating 500. I'm drunk, apparently. We're playing balloons. I'm gonna be singing soon, allegedly, maybe. I have a chronic fear of singing, but I'm kinda drunk, so we'll see if it goes well. I can't sing for shit, but I'll try. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Listen, I'm trying my best. I don't have mods on. It's a one sheep show. We're going for 5 hours at least. I hope your stream was good, Shiva. I hope Resident Evil 2 was good. Did you do the Leon storyline? Or was it the Claire? I think that's the two. I think. I had fun, in fact, playing that. Nice! I stopped. Ethan Love. I stopped right before... Well, I don't want to spoil something in case, so I won't say that actually, sorry. I don't want to accidentally spoil. So I'll shut my trap, because I don't want to accidentally I assume like you know everything with that game, but I don't want to accidentally spoil you before I know. Give yourself care, thank you. I'll take a sip of water. I guess, don't stretch.
Enemy mothership.
We play both the OG and the remake before, don't worry. It was right before, Miss, like, Nemesis, like, the one guy, the big guy, was gonna come out of the helicopter and start roaming. A friend warned me about it, and I didn't reach that point yet. And then when being told that, it made me, like, it made me more scared to reopen the game, because, like, my resource situation was fucked. I just saw William. I don't think I even did that. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was farther away than I thought. Maybe I was. I remember last thing I did was like the... Let me sip this water and then I'll drink. Was the, I did the, sorry. The C4 explosion in the one room. I exploded the C4 and it went... Thank you guys for stopping in, by the way. Let me take a sip of alcohol. This is our third glass. I'm pretty weak of a drinker. I'll be okay, probably. I've never been drunk ever, and I think this is the first time I've been drunk. Everything just feels kind of spinny. The devolution of the sheep brain. I think to keep going longer, these monkeys need an alchemist, but I don't have room. Do I? I do. Nice. We need to save, I think, for the flagship.
Enemy mothership.
I think he's our... Like I expected, keep going. Sorry, I have a little bit of hiccups, I think. I'm sorry in advance. I just felt 2 hiccups in a row. Please forgive me if I hiccup, like, embarrassingly. All I ask is if I do, please be patient. You know what I love? I love clowns.
Invasion will now commence. Large target acquired.
Clowns are pretty cool. Honk honk. Thank you for the redeem. Honk honk. Oh shit, I have to love myself then. That never crossed my mind. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Okay, we got it. Oh, Monkey Buccaneer. Well, it's cause he did the clown redeem. You know, like the clown nose where I go honk honk. He did that. It definitely had no malicious intent. Probably. Imagine. I assume. A-pop's nice. I couldn't think of a reason for that. You're not that sinister usually? I am debating the funny idea later of the I'm gonna say I'm gonna stream Dota and then I pull up League of Legends. That's when I reveal the story of oh. Okay. Of I don't my League of Legends account I currently possess I bought. Let me swap scenes. 1 second. That's because they banned me. I was toxic. Hi. Hi. Oh shit, my chat box isn't displaying right. Oh no, is that not set up right? That's Foggy. That's Tex. There you go. What does it mean my last donation was a $200 anonymous, huh? Is that my last donation I had? See what Shiv switch. Hi, welcome in. Was that you? Huh. I mean, I know I don't get donated too often, so I mean, then look at look at my feed. Yeah, that was at 1 year, June 21st. We haven't had a direct money donation since then. It's not a big deal. I was just curious. Yeah, I think it was you then. I read like your messages. Oh god, this is the karaoke thing, isn't it? Oh no, another drink. Hi Yang! Hi, welcome in. I'm almost done with my 3rd cup of alcohol. I'm a little drunk apparently. You're about to sing, you beg I won't sing, you'll miss it. That was my chair, okay, sorry. Fuck off, bot. What are you doing here? No. No. What? Die. There is a bot, sorry. I had to nuke him. Thank you for the self-care. I'll take a sip of water. And I'll stretch. When I drank water, I just dripped water on myself. Oh, brother. Okay, stretch time. I didn't brab. Don't do like that. No. I didn't. If I was gonna do it, I'd be like, hey guys, guess what? And you'd be like, what, Autumn? What do you want to tell us now? And I'd be like, pull my finger. Just doing some research to see his wardrobe, got some health issues, and make shopping for anything in it. I'm sorry. I hope you're able to get through it and figure it out. Thank you for the fight redeem too. Hi. Okay, well, we'll wait a little bit on the idea of the karaoke. Because Tupou's been the biggest. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it pusher this side of the Mississippi. So. Instead, I'm gonna yap at you guys. I'm not doing a drunk Dota game yet. That's later. I'll be out of things. No problem. I'm gonna yap. It's very important. So you guys know, at the start of the stream, I was doing a little bit of a camera stream before I got drunk, because I'm smart. Of like briefly showing off my tarot decks and everything and my oracle decks and showing them to you guys in my little hands, my little grippers, my little weird witch fingers. Thinking about that while I was sitting on the toilet and I almost tripped and fell. I'm okay, I promise. I have a roommate in the house. It's not like I'm alone. But stomach issues sound boy. I had a funny thing come to mind recently, and it's adjacent to, but not related to reading like the hee hee Adam, you're a brap tuber comments just now. So, what's funny with that in mind is, I've said it before a lot here. I've said it like 100 times, I'll say it 100 times more. I'm a pretty dedicated monster fucker, right? Like, I see a monster and my brain's like, I want to engage. This is why I don't play Monster Hunter. Oh no, ads, I'm sorry. Oh no, I can't type. Okay, but with that in mind, I had a good filler in mind. I'm gonna open up Dota 2. Back to games for a second. I'm sorry. We're not playing the video game. No. No. That'd be too simple. You do it. She's like, shut up! I didn't say that. Shh. No. I mean, yes, but no. I'm not mean, I'm passionate. What's that? Attributes, I think, right? I can click. That works. Sure. So looking at this list, right? Dota has a lot of very funky characters. Thank you for the cozy. We're not mobbing right this second. Oh, it adjusts where we want? That's crazy. It adjusts what roles characters are with the assistant based on rank. Smash your pastime. We're doing a quick one. So I'm gonna wait for the ads to finish to get started. But we'll go stat by stat. Starting with strength. And I'll give like a few second or less explanation on each one I'm gonna say yes to or no to. I'm drunk, so my answers are probably gonna be overly honest. And I feel like my bladder start to like bladder again. That means I probably have another pee on the way slowly. So we're gonna move it along. I'm ready enough for nerd cluster. Nerd gummy clusters are very nice. Also, welcome back from ads. We're about to do a funny smasher pass of Dota characters. Let me finish this gummy, I'm sorry. I should probably swap these out for pretzels soon. So I'm not just consuming sugar. Yeah, I know I'm drinking. Relax, Fire Shadow, relax. Okay, looks like we have a sip or two of this drink left. I'm taking it slow. Okay. Let's start. Alchemist. We have the big dude and the little dude. Little crazy scientist, big ol' idiot. I'm gonna say yes to the big old dude, no to the little freak on top. Reason being, big old dumb idiot. I can probably just convince to do whatever. Little short idiot. Little smart guy. He's just weird. He's kind of odd. He doesn't pass my vibe check. I'm gonna regret this in the morning, probably. I have a magic stream tomorrow. Axe? He's muscular, he's big. He's not necessarily monstrous, he's just a big old red guy. I don't even know why he's red. Does the lore say? Why is Axe red? Does the lore say anything about? One for another, Axe cuts down as a grunt in the army of Red Mist. Mogul Khan sets his sights on the rank of Red Mist General. I guess because he's a part of the Red Mist. What that means. I don't know. Bristleback? Sure. Look at your mom helped you get that pick category. Nice. I guess Shredder or Bristleback, he's kinda weird. Centaur? I guess. I'm not gonna explain all these, we're just gonna nod some of them and just not question me and just go, yes, streamer. Okay, okay. I click Centaur. Chaos Knight's a yes. He makes all his boys. Dawnbreaker's a yes, she's big ol' muscle mommy. Doom's a yes, he's big ol' demon. Dragon Knight's a yes, he becomes a dragon. Earth Spirit's a yes, he makes cool statues. Earthshaker's a yes, like most characters are gonna be a yes. Like yes, 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 maybe. Yes, 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 maybe. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Maybe. Maybe. I'd imagine accessories that can draw attention to the face and not the stomach would be like... sunglasses? I don't know. I assume. We'll go down to intelligence. Maybe. Yes. Sure, Ghost Mommy. Maybe. Yeah. 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 No. First Nose Keeper is the light. He's just an old guy on a horse. I don't know, he just doesn't pass the vibe check. I'd imagine a scarf would help keep attention off like the lower half. This nerd tastes so good right now. I felt the nerd burst in my mouth. I said maybe for ancient apparition. I felt it burst in my mouth when I chewed on it. Very funny. Keeper of the Lights I first know. Left Track's a maybe, Witches a sure, Rena's a yes, Lion's a maybe, Myrta's a sure, Nature's Prophets is a yes, Necro's a maybe. Oracle's a yes, because he's kind of freaky. You guys are doing in the middle of my smash or pass that's very crudely thrown together. Fight it out. Wow, you added a mean word at the end. I didn't know I'd let you do that. Holy shit, is Fire Shadow gonna win one finally? I don't see a message failed thing, it might have just been a weird thing. Man, Fire Shadow lost to... Oh no! Oh, Ross lost. Oh. Yeah, Twitch is odd sometimes. I hope you're having a good day, friend. I'm allegedly a little tipsy. Sorry if this is your first impression of me. I'm usually a lot more relaxed. Drink it, you got it. Apparently, this is my first time being drunk. We have an alleged attempted karaoke coming up as long as I'm able to not die of self-doubt and fear. It's not going to be good. I'll try my best, but I'm not a singer, so I'll just try my best. I'd like to be one day, but I don't practice or anything, so I don't expect it. I'm going to slightly up the drinking cost to $7.50. That's fair, that's fair. No, I'm definitely a goofy drunk. The little bit of times I've been almost drunk, definitely a goofy drunk. Port one priority like a fighting game. I'm gonna go pour my fourth drink. If I can undo my blanket. Be right back. This glass is officially halfway through the bottle. I'm gonna really quickly go pee again because I have to, I'm sorry. I think it's the alcohol edge apparently. Let me sit down. I'll be right back, I'm sorry. I just wanna make sure I go and I have to. I'll be right back. BRB, I'm sorry, I'll be really quick. I'll be like a minute. My roommate told me I should be careful about over drinking because she doesn't want to clean up puke. That's not fun. I'll be okay. I mean, maybe she's lurking and I'm not aware. It's possible. She's aware of my VTubing. Thank you for self-care. I'll drink some water. To be fair, I had this big, like 30 ounces of water. I barely drink in half. Thanks to the headbands. Any cheeks, guys? The only thing I'm not looking forward to in the remake is the first boss fight Pyramid Head. Oh, you're talking about Silent Hill. Yeah, if I was smart, I would have had food ready. All I have are little gummy snacks. This wasn't very smartly planned. Oh, not another drink redeem. Okay. I didn't check the sheep tarot cards yet. Let me take a sip. Ah, that one burned. Okay. Thank you for self-care. Epic Mickey's a cool game, I heard. It's the one with the, it's like the paint-based game, right? I don't know what songs. I'm just gonna go one song at a time and try to even do one. I haven't even, like, planned. I'll try. Ah, Surreal's fucking Pika Girl would be good. You're right, A-Pop. You're so right. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Henty Ventai. I like your name. I'm a little drunk, I'm sorry. Let me finish this little original smash or pash thingamabobber I was deciding. And we'll continue. I guess yes to Outworld. I'm gonna say no to Puck. He's a little weird. Thank you for the love, Raxai. We'll say yes to Pugna, because there's like thousands of images of him drawn as a woman online for some reason. It's kind of cute. Queen of Pain's my wife, so I'll say yes. We'll say yes. Why do I know that? I've been around the internet. We'll say yes to Rubik. We'll say yes to Shadow Demon, Shadow Shaman. Silencer. That sounds like a euphemism, so we'll say yes. Skyrath? No. He looks like a tight ass. Yes, the Shadow Demon, me too. Storm Spirit looks like he'd be in a good mood, yeah. You go. Bye-bye. Tinker. I don't know off of Tinker. He's a little weirdo. He has a pipe. He calls himself Clinker, so I don't think he's confident. And I like confidence. I think he's a no. Sorry, Mr. Tinker. Warlock has the golems. So he's a yes. Witch Doctor's a no. Zeus. Yeah, I'm smasher passing Dota really quick because I'm buying time. Zeus is kind of old, but he's not like gray-haired fox old. He's just old, so he's probably a no. Your sex, Lude Topo. Wait, Topo. Tupo, I'm sorry. Aw, these drinks are getting to me, aren't they? I'm sorry. Archmage male? I guess. Female? Yes, mommy. Arc Warden, yes, please. Arc Warden's a definite yes. Bloodseeker's a maybe? Bounty Hunter, probably not. He's a goblin, but not the goblin I want. Clanks is a no. Drink it. Okay. This one's for you, Ross. Hey, hey. My tummy burns. Sleep well. Goodbye. Drowsiness, yes. Ember Spirit's a yes. Gyro's a no. Void's a yes. Hoodwink's a yes, because I'm a furry. Whoa, who'd have thought? Jug's a yes, I guess. Luna's a yes. Medusa's a yes. Meepo's a no. Maybe. He's a maybe. Monkey King's a maybe. Morthling's a yes. Naga's a yes. PA's a yes. I hiccuped. PL's a maybe. Thank you for the self-care, by the way. I took a sip of water. Razor is, yes. I'm sorry I hiccup weird. Ricky's a yes. Shadow Fiend's a yes. Likes a maybe. Sniper's a no. I'll be okay, I promise. Worst case, I'm gonna have a really upset tummy. And I'm gonna go to bed really grumpy. That's later Autumn's problem. Spectre's a yes. PA is a yes. Terrorblade's a yes. Like, the problem with Dota, with most of these characters, this is my one rant. A lot of characters, their gimmick is just like, if you think about them from like a gameplay stance, I will, later. The one problem with Dota for me, in terms of like a sexability rating, a lot of characters, their only like intriguing factor is they can make more of themselves. Which is kind of boring after like the 5th character. Of like, that's their gimmick. Cause like, Spectre, she makes more of herself. There's a few others, Meepo, there's a bunch of Meepos. A bunch of the like carries, they'll make clones themselves if you're thinking of items as part of like the package when you're like funny rating this. My brain kinda does cause I'm a nerd. That's crazy. I hope it's good. Stories are cool. I'm a writer sometimes. Terra's a yes, Troll's an okay, Ursa's a maybe, Viper's an okay, Weaver's a no. Abaddon's a sure, Bane's a yes, Batrider's a no. Beast is a maybe, Brew's a yes. Brood is a no. Well, maybe. I don't know, it's a no. Chen's a no. Clockwork's a no. Darkseer's a no. Willow's a yes. Dazzle's a maybe. Enigma's a yes. There are some thoughts there. Such 75 chapters and 723 pages and no reason are being done. But I'm doing, I think, Fire, I'm drunk, hi. Well, allegedly. Everyone keeps saying I'm drunk. I'm doing karaoke soon. Or attempting. I don't know what I'm gonna start with. I have no plan for that. That's the most like shambled part together part tonight. Is this Smasher past Dota? Yeah, he's gonna be disappointed. Invoker's a no. I'm on my 4th drink. I've had 3. I'm halfway through my bottle. I've never been drunk. I'm gonna regret this tomorrow. We're having fun tonight. As long as I'm awake and up for my collab tomorrow, I don't care. I think it's, I don't really know. It's as wide as my mini fridge. Which I noticed in how, this is a remake of my HP/F Friday's Story Glitch to Files. And the originals are 50 chapters and 75,000. Wait, it's fucking I'm doing my best with it. It's like, not as wide, sorry, as long as my mini fridge. Let me look up the bottle. I can probably find the bottle on Google. It's just like a pre-made mix. Yeah, so looking at the exact bottle I got. Thank you for the sub, thank you. Thank you for the gift subs, Ragos. Thank you, thank you. Well, someone's 1-star review online is they had to drink it, mix it with Sprite just to drink it, but I've been fine. It's 14% alcohol. One and a half liters. Thank you for the love, thank you. I used to be a really big writer and then I went to college and I got too busy of coding. But yeah, it's 15%, I think it says. Test. Woohoo, you #1 gifter, congrats! You got a gift box next to you. I just adjusted in my seat and I felt like I was gonna tip. But yeah, it says 1.5 liters. Might have been a weird glitch. Wasn't able to go to college, you've been writing since you were 16, only gotten good since you were 20. That's fair. I've written one book. I wanna eventually in my life write and produce actual high quality smut. Not in like a weird horny way, it's just smut's the most enjoyable writing for me as a writer. Yeah. Let's finish this little stupid smasher pass. Invoker's a no. Io's a ghost. Lone Druid's a no, he's just an old dude with a bear. Lycan's a maybe. Magnus is a yes. Marcy's a yes. Mirana's a yes. Nyx, no. Pangolier's a maybe. Phoenix is a no. Sand King's a yes. Snapfire's a no. Becky's is a no. Venge is a yes. Vena's a yes. Visage is a yes. Don't ask. Void's a yes. Windranger's a yes. Winter Wyvern's a yes. Okay, I can close Dota. That's okay though, fuck. But I did take some time reading classes at the local community college and top professional. That's cool. Everything I know about writing was just self-learned through role-playing over the years online. And like reading books and the elements of style book or whatever, that one really stereotypical. I've done AO3 at a point in my life, karaoke carrying. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I have to look for a song. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to like stumble through one verse. Thank you for self-care, Eggles. I don't even know if I'm gonna make it through one verse, but I'll try. Let me think of a song. Because I want to at least do a song I kind of know, so like even if like I completely fuck this, I can like I can like, you know, claim I tried. I can't read either. I can read, that's a lie, but yeah. Let me look. So we have two options. Do I do a cringy 2010 song? Or do I do a musical song? That mic spam is scaring me. I'll do one of your choice and let us choose one like that, one and like that and the other. I don't know many songs, but okay. Cringy 2024. I don't know any 2024 songs, but I'll look for a 2010 song. Maybe there's a... That's crazy, you've been a member of AOT for that long. I guess we're adjusting to a karaoke mode. I want to look for the funny one now that we mentioned it. Is there a karaoke version? There is! A-pop, I'm sorry. You know exactly which song based on what you said earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying to do karaoke for the first time ever while drunk and probably fail this and stumble. So please bear with me. I'm not a singer. I'm just gonna do my best to try to sing-song it and have fun. I'm also drunk for the first time. So please bear with me. I love you guys. I'll try my best. I appreciate you guys. I've never done karaoke ever. This is the first time ever in my life, and I don't go outside. So it's extra exciting, kind of nerve-wracking. Give me one moment. One moment. I'm just making sure. Yeah, okay. They did Backstreet Boys, Backstreet's Back. So I'm gonna do a really cringe, like 2010s or 2000s song. It's the one shitty song by Surreal, the one guy who made a lot of electronic mixes like 13 years ago, and like EDM songs on YouTube. This one's called Pika Girl. It's really shitty, but it's at least a song I know most of the lyrics to. So we have a chance. That's my whole theory here. I'm gonna take one more sip of alcohol for bravery because I'm really getting nervous. It's at least funny, and like I know this song. I'm not gonna sing it well, but I'm at least gonna. I don't know, like what else would I sing? A musical? I'm not a musically talented person. Cause like it's this or I sing a musical song. And I know the musical is gonna be so niche, most of you wouldn't know it. I don't listen to any normal music. I don't know that song, Sapphire. I'm a little weirdo who sat inside on her computer all day. I didn't listen to much music. All the wool muffles the music. Let me take 1 second, sorry. I'm getting that like pre-moment embarrassment. A little bit of a hiccup. Do it again, you weren't listening. I haven't started yet. I'm trying. I'm sorry. This is embarrassing. Let me see. Is this a good... This is an 800 view karaoke. You know what? Do I just send it? Do I just click the one I thought of originally? Do I need it up on screen? Or do I just... Like, that's my thing, right? Do I put this up on screen? There's several players on your iPhone, Christmas, Classic, Disney Afternoon. That's cool, it's a lot of variety. Okay, let me window capture. We're just gonna send it, I guess, and just try. I am definitely not keeping this fun. Is it gonna load? Fine. There it is! Is it gonna keep the full screen? It is! Yes! Let me resize it, because it looks like it's a little off. And at least I want to try to give you guys a good experience, okay? Let me take a sip of water. So warning, the last time I actually sang in front of a person was 3rd grade when I was forced to do a chorus. So I'm just gonna try to have fun with it. I take one more sip of alcohol for bravery too. One of my favorite songs to listen to when writing the dramatic scenes is the main melody from Requiem for a Dream. Imagine still being there so strong. I'm trying my best. I have... Okay, where's it going? It'll be okay. It'll be okay. This is how we were on. Oh, wait, it has music? Oh shit, I should mute it. Okay, I didn't know. I I didn't think it'd have the lyrics. I thought it'd be muted like a. Okay, I wasn't ready. Okay. Take two. It's fine. It's fine. I know. Okay. You can do it, Sodom. Okay. I wish for I want the music. I want the instrumental. Can I find a version with the instrumental but not the singing? Because I don't want to sing along to the singing. That's the instrumental but no lyrics. Maybe I should do a normal song for karaoke. Yeah, that's my problem. I just don't want the voice along with it because my brain's gonna get brainwormy because I know how I work. Whatever, I'll just go back to the original and stuff, eh? Let's go back to the original. It's fine. This is gonna be bad. I wish that we were on TV, just like in Pokemon. We'd be a Poke girl in the Poke world. Yes, life would be so fun. I'd be a trainer boy, and I would make the choice to go and search for you. I'd throw my. Oh my god! Oh, it fades out. That's fucking comedy. I'm sorry. The fade out really got me. Okay, I can do this. I'm sorry. I've never done this. I'm sorry. I'm so embarrassed. Okay, take three. I won't stop this time, I promise. I promise you can hold me to it. I'll just try. It's nerve-wracking. I wish that we were on TV, just like in Pokemon. We'd be a Pika girl in the Poke world. Yes, life would be so fun. I'd be a trainer boy, and I would make the choice to go and search for you. I'd throw my Pokeball, and I would catch them all. You'd be my Pikachu. You're my Pika girl in the Poke world. Oh, I won the gym badge, but you won my heart. Oh god, it's so fast. I'm too slow. I know I said I wouldn't pause, but I'm too slow. This is by Surreal, so it's like an EDM song, so it makes sense. What's a normal song I know that wouldn't be fast? Or like... You guys think I could get away with some cringe, like a random, like Nightcore songs, the original version, karaoke? Yeah, I could try a musical song. I just don't want to do something too niche. This is my favorite song. But one of my favorite songs. It's from a musical, it's really good. But I don't know how the karaoke version's gonna be. Is it just gonna be the instrumental I expected? Thank you for the raid, I know. I'll try my best. I'm trying. Hi, Whip. Hi. I'm a little drunk. I'm being pressured to do karaoke and I'm buying time. Hi. Hi. I promise I'm doing my best. Sorry, YouTube. Hi guys, I'm Autumn Fuchsia, Sheep Iberian VTuber. I'm a little drunk, apparently, and we're celebrating 500 followers. uh, I stream a little horror, a little bit of card game stuff, a little bit of cozy games, a little bit of TTRPGs, a little bit of everything. Thank you. I don't move drunk. No. And we're about to try karaoke, and I'm looking for a song I feel confident enough to do. I was gonna try like a random surreal song, the one guy who made a bunch of like EDM music, but it's too fast for my brain right now. Is this gonna be better? I know this song, but I don't know how it's gonna pace. Yeah, okay, I can do this song. We'll try this. We'll try our best. Why do you say like cereal? I don't know. I'm trying. Let's try best. When I was a little girl, I like really little, like 8 or so, I was playing in my father's study, a place in the house I wasn't supposed to go. I'm gonna show you guys the original address. My father fancied himself a sailor. His study was filled with nautical decor. He kept a boat in the bottle on the top of a shelf, and it shattered on the ground when I slammed the door. I told my mother everything. I told her I was so sorry. She told me don't cry. When he comes home tonight, we can make everything okay. This is all we have to say. We don't remember a boat in a bottle. It must have fallen off its shelf alone. We know you loved it, we're so sad it's broken. But neither one of us was even home. And it's our word, yes, our word against his. So I hid screw-ups from my father, made up school awards to please my mom. Whatever made the steak taste better, whatever kept the waters calm. I was told to keep their secrets, and in turn they'd keep mine. As I got older, I got dumber. I couldn't help but cross the line. I'm gonna rewind it like 1 second, I'm sorry. I randomly laughed at myself. Oh, I'm so bad at this. It's okay. 3 times I nearly wrecked my life. 3 times I nearly came to ruin. 3 times when crying to my parents, who said they'd make it go away. Guess this is all we'd have to say. We never rented a house in Sedona. We didn't seek a validation. We haven't been on our boat in some years now, so we don't care what you found inside. And it's our word. Yes, our word. It's our word. Yes, our word. Against theirs. I have no sense of rhythm. Somebody was paid to make it go away. Everyone was paid to make the problems go away. Doesn't matter who gets screwed or who is blamed. Do what you need to do to clear your name. An inconvenient truth can be easily erased. I can't stop laughing. When I was 26, I was living in New York. I developed some bad habits. What's my white blood count says to it? I did the wrong one. I remembered it so clearly. I was home alone on a Tuesday night. To level out, I popped some downers, but couldn't seem to get my mind right. I drew a bath and slipped into it, and suddenly became aware I couldn't keep my head above water. I took a final gasp of air, and as I lay there helplessly, a million different thoughts came to me. I saw my parents, hearing the news, your only daughter drowned today. I thought about what they might say. Our daughter Judith, no, she moved to Austin. She's very happy there, so we hear. She's always been so goddamn independent. The years go by and now we barely see her. Our daughter Judith, you must be mistaken. You mean the girl we raised as if our own. We loved her so much she felt like our child. But eventually we had to send her home. It'd be their word, only their word. It'd be their word, only their word, on its own. That felt so bad. I'm sorry for your ear. I have like no sense of singing. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Do you guys want to hear the original sung by actual singers? If we can keep doing this, like song the song and comparing and giggling. I'll do more. I can do a few more songs. I just know I'm not good. Like, I would like to sing eventually, but I feel like I am so lost in terms of the quote-unquote of how to sing that I would need so many years of, like, a musical teacher. I got bullied a lot when I was younger for being, like, tone deaf. And I feel like I still suffer from that. The song. Like the song that just was, what song was that? I-Word. Like this is the song I was just like attempting. And I kind of remembered it.
When I was a little girl,
No
like
ways.
really little, like 8 or so, I was playing in my father's study.
Like it's a very sing-songy song. A lot of like talk singing. That's why I kind of give it a chance.
His study was filled with nautical decor. He kept a boat in the bottle on the top of a shelf.
But
And it chattered on the ground when I slammed the door.
I feel like I still was just always, I mean, I'm okay if I'm not being the best singer. It doesn't bother me. I know I'm not a singer. Do you want to be subjected to more karaoke chat? I can try another song or two. But I can't guarantee anything. Oh, my bottle's in the way. I can't guarantee anything. Please more. Okay. Let me take another sip of alcohol and another sip of water, and then we'll keep going. Hey, I just sipped. What the heck? Let me do another. Me basking in this drunk shave thing, aren't you? Oh, I could do more musical karaoke. Can I do this song? Hold. Maybe.
All is forgiven.
No. Let me think of a song. that I like. And I know. How do I know any of the Silk songs? Hi, Primrose! I don't think I do. You'd have to, like, link one in chat. I don't think that rings a bell, so I'm a little drunk right now. I don't think I do. But I mean, maybe if I heard it. It's like if I hear a song. Six. Oh, Six! I know that one! Yeah, I do know that one. Wait. What song do I like the most? I mean, if I'm gonna go out in style, I might as well go. Let me think. Let me look at the song list.
Grew up in the French court,
I mean, there's a lot of really good songs in this one, but like it's. I don't know, no matter what I do, it's gonna be scuffed, and that's okay. But like, what song?
Welcome to the house.
Like, I really love the House of Holbein song, but if I butcher it, it's gonna feel kind of weird. Is this a ringtone? Fly Me to the Moon. Oh, God. You know what? Sure. I'll try my best. Why not? After this, I'm gonna go pee again, because the alcohol's passing through me. But let's try our best. Okay. I kind of know this song. I've heard it before. It's this song by like Frank Sinatra, right? It's like the Fly Me to the Moon, like that song, I think. The name's kind of familiar. I think it's Sinatra. It's Sinatra, right? That's that one. Yes, that's the ending. Oh, it's a Neon Genesis. Okay. I haven't watched any of this, but I'll try my best. Oh, God. Okay, let's do our best to butcher it. Oh. Oh, there's a guitarist in front of me. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, oh God, such a plot. In other words, baby, kiss me. We'll try our best. It's okay, it's okay. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. I don't care I said it first, too bad. In other words, I love you. It's okay, I don't need to be on time. I don't even remember a song. We're just doing our best while drunk. Okay, drinking. That burned my throat. Fill my heart with song, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, in other words, I love you. I did it as best as I could. We're gonna keep doing more, but I need another pre-break because my body feels like it's gonna burst. Make sure if you have any clips you want to clip it during this. I'll make sure to record any clips and keep them. I promise. And like download them. But I'm gonna delete the VOD after probably because it's embarrassing. But I'm OP. Be right back. Don't leave. I love you guys. Bye. Hi. I stumbled on my way in the bathroom. I almost fell over. It's okay, I'm back in my chair. I miss you guys too. Hmm? Oh, why do I have chat on stream? How did that happen? I didn't click that. Weird. Okay, so yeah, I'm soloing you out Fire Shadow to bully you. Okay, let's do a song from 6 because Primrose mentioned it and let's butcher it. Let's do our best. I'll choose one of my favorites. Let's just... There's so many good songs. I don't know which one. Primrose, do you have a favorite? I don't remember. I haven't watched or seen Les Mis, but I know it's pretty popular. I just never caught up to it. I got in the musicals around the Heathers era when a lot of like the, like musical, like average, like modern musical girls got in this stuff. So like a lot of my stuff I know is like I could do the waitress one. 1 second, sorry, detour. Waitress when he sees me karaoke. I know this song, kind of. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, you guys ready? Phantom of the Opera Showtime fame. I need to watch that one so eventually you see it. Okay, let's do it. Thanks for sticking with me. I love you guys. Big ol' 500 follower celebration. I don't know anything about the SpongeBob musical one. Okay. Is this one gonna work? Oh, I've heard this before? Oh, I haven't. I stick with real things, usually facts and figures. When information's in its place, I minimize the guessing game. Guess what? I don't like guessing games, or when I feel things before I know the feelings. How am I supposed to operate if I'm just tossed around by fate? Like on an unexpected date. With a stranger who might talk too fast, or ask me questions about myself before I've decided that. He can ask me questions about myself, he might sit too close, or call the waiter by his first name, or eat Oreos. But eat the cookie before the cream. But what scares me the most, is what if when he sees me, what if he doesn't like it? What if he runs the other way and I can't hide from it? I'm not cheating! What happens then if when he knows me, on the head, when he knows me, he's only disappointed? What if I give myself away to only get it given back? I couldn't live with myself that. So I'm just fine inside my shell-shaped mind. This way I get the best view. So that when he sees me, I want him to. I'm not defensive, I'm simply being cautious. I can't risk being recklessly dated due to a miscalculating way. A certain suitor stands in line, I've seen in movies, most made for television. You cannot be too careful when it comes to sharing your life. I could end up a miserable wife. Sorry girls, but he could be criminal. Some sort of psychopath who escaped from an institution somewhere where they don't have girls. He could have masterminded some way to find me. He could be colorblind. How untrustworthy is that? How he could be less than kind? Or even worse, he could be very nice, have lovely eyes, make me laugh, come out of hiding. What do I do that, oh God. What if when he sees me, I like him and he knows it? What if he opens up a door and I can't close it? I'm sing-songing the fuck out of this. What happens then? If when he holds me, my heart is set in motion. I'm not prepared for that. I'm scared of breaking open. But still I can't help from hoping to find someone to talk to who likes the way I am. I am way too early. Someone who, when he sees me, wants to again. I'm having fun. Why is this fun? Who'd have known singing is fun? Even if you're really bad at it. I got in there like halfway through it a little bit. I could feel my voice. I was actually kind of like halfway singing. A little bit. A little bit. I got a little better. I love you guys. Let me drink. Do I drink the rest of this drink and then chill for a bit till like the next hour? It's like 2 more sips. So I could drink it now. Then we could continue. And see what we got to. Really hard to know. Because I could drink this. Oh god, I splashed it on my hand. That wasn't smart. Okay, bottoms up. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Let me make a really small, tech thingamabobber. No alcohol till 10 EST. I'm trying to be responsible so I don't vomit. I don't want my roommate to be pissed at me. She'd kill me. Let's shrink it. Shrink, 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 shrink. Hello, Cinnamoroll. There we go. Sorry, I'm talking to my cursor. No alcohol till 10 EST, so I have a little bit to recover. I don't even care, it's in shitty white. It's on screen. To give my body a bit of time to pack, that's my 4th drink. And I've never been drunk. So it's probably best to stagger it. Thank you for the self-carry, Pop. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully that karaoke is at least entertaining. I'm trying my best. I know it's not that good. I'm at least trying to have fun. I hope it's fun. It's fun to entertain you guys. I like making you guys laugh. Or smile. Or laugh. Let me drink this water and stretch. I feel like it's very unique in how I sing-song it, I guess, in terms of talking. Like, singing it. It's literally like that. I have not sung since 3rd grade and I forgot how to sing. In terms of like, quote-unquote, actually singing. I just kind of like sing-talk it a lot and almost like my ASMR brain slightly takes over in terms of performance. I don't know. It's probably a very unique way of doing everything. Let me think. Maybe 99 Lift Balloons or whatever? 99 Red Balloons? Is that the song? 99. Thank you for the follow, Blimey, Mommy. Okay, I'll eat you. I'm drunk, sorry. Hi. You have a very good name. Time to ask? What? Hi, welcome in. Welcome to the vlog. I'm a little drunk, sorry. Why do we have the void tag? I'm in the void. I have a lot of weird interests. Don't worry about it. I'm a little horny goof. That's why I have horns. I have 2. That's not the purpose of the stream, though. It's fine. It's fine. Let me think of a song I really like. Cause like this karaoke stuff's really hard. And like I don't know what to sing way. Am I winning? Ah, we're stumbling karaoke very awkwardly. Maybe 99 Luftballons would be fun. Oh no, that's the German one. Okay, I am not singing a song in German. My German is not that strong. You sing something on a deeper tone. How about Disney song? I could try. Radio Gaga. But I don't know like any of these. I don't remember any Disney songs. All I think of when I think of Disney is The Hunchback of Notre Dame. And those songs feel very powerful. Radio Gaga is easy. What is Radio Gaga? Can I hear it first? I don't even know if I know a song. Radio Gaga. It's from Queen. Let me hear it. Who cares if the VOD gets marked? We're deleting it probably anyways, or saving it locally. Oh, sorry, it's you guys. It's not when you want to move. I want to move. Oh, I got hiccups. I don't know this song. I've never heard this song. Fuck you, viewer bot. Leave me alone. I'm having a good stream, being drunk and having fun. I don't want your cheap viewers. I want to earn my viewers. I want to earn my friends and viewers and connections and networking, and you're all awesome, but I want to earn it. I don't want to buy it. That's stupid. And even though Zippity-doo-dah is a cosmic accessory. I've never been to Disneyland. Am I drunk already? Yeah. I got drunk like an hour in, allegedly. I've never been drunk before. Hyphen bar. This song seems a little... it's out of my zone. I'm sorry. Yeah, their games are really cheap. I was kind of dumb. I can pour more in an hour, but I'm waiting a bit for my safety. Lion sleeps tonight. Is that Lion King? I don't really remember Lion King. I didn't watch much Disney movies. Plastic Love. I know that song. Yeah, I know that song. We'll try that song and fail it. Plastic Love karaoke. Am I doing an English version? Because I'm not gonna try another language, right? It seems like a very bad juju considering, like, I'm stumbling over being able to barely speak English right now. It's like English covers, right? Sounds like Anthony Sales originated from his movie at Disney had banned due to its content. So there's a bit Lion King, the sing Lion Sleeps Tonight. Huh. What's I never did? I didn't really ever watch much Disney growing up. I saw all the movies once, but I didn't really pay attention as a kid. how weird, like, I know Plastic Love, like, the Japanese lyrics, but let me listen to the Lion Sleeps Tonight song. Maybe I know that. I'm sorry if I'm kind of hard to deal with right now. I'm trying my best. I just don't want to, like, stumble into a song I don't know. As a kid, I didn't really listen to much music. I didn't really learn to appreciate music until like high school. And I was really a metalhead. Has Been Hotel. This one is Romanji. Has Been Hotel I listened to once, but I don't really know much. Let me listen to this side. I noticed it's kind of like very butchery. What the fuck is this video? It's like some fucking weird gen shit. This one is from Manji. What's from Manji mean? What does that mean? Manji? Am I stupid? Oh, the Roman alphabet. Oh. Oh, I learned something then. Oh my god, so now leave me alone. I'm too drunk for this. Oh my god. Nice key one. I just swear I wouldn't be able to pronounce any of it right. Let me like listen for a second. I've listened to Plastic Love a few times, but let me listen for a second. It's been a while. Let me listen first. This is my first time ever doing karaoke. I'm sorry. This is really nerve-wracking. And I'm drunk. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna butcher that while drunk and fuck it. I'm sorry. And tell you what, let me pull out my phone and look at my private YouTube account and look at music. And I'll probably be able to find a song. Give me a second. Give me a second. I appreciate you guys. Don't make it so hard on yourself. I just don't want to, like, butcher pronunciation. That's, like, my big, like... I don't want to just butcher it so bad and just sound completely awkward. I could do Hamilton a little bit. I at least have listened to that 1,000 times in high school. If you want to hear more like theater kid trash, as someone who wasn't a theater kid, felt it no matter what. I'm not used to that mentality because I've never sung it. This is the first time I've sung in front of people since 3rd grade. I'm doing my best, I'm sorry. It's really nerve-wracking on like a mental level. I don't sing with friends or anything. I'm really trying to think of like... What is this one? The Yakuza. Dame done. Oh god. The simplest on the try. Why don't you do it right? Get Me Some Money Too by Peggy Haley. Okay, we'll try that, and then we'll try some of this other stuff. Why not? We'll just try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. I need to stop worrying. I just need to believe in myself. Believe in the sheep. Believe in the horns. Okay. Is it this one? Is this the right one? The Jessica Rabbit karaoke? Isn't know some of these say, one says Peggy Lee and some say Jessica Rabbit. That's the famous cover. Is there a difference between the two? Low volume vocal guy to help you in the song. Hey, Peggy Lee is the old singer. What is the Peggy Lee one? Why not? Let's just do it. Jessica Rabbit's slower. Oh, slower? Oh, bless my heart. Okay, we can do that one. Do I do a lower voice for this one before I start? Do I try to... Oh, God. Do I try to do something lower? Or do I do like my natural, like, resting voice right now? You guys can choose, because I mean, worst case it's one corrupt song, you know? Worst case it's one really botched song. And it goes in the void. You wanna hear me try to bring my voice lower? And you know, go more into that lower voice range, or... Lower? Okay, I'll do my best. So just gotta cause more soul shape, but do you, okay. Let me take a sip of water then. I think I'm like my ASMR low voice brain, and then try to sing a song. It's like, I have my ASMR lower voice. Okay. You had plenty of money in 1922, huh? Oh god. I don't know if it's not you let other women make a fool of you. Why don't you do right? Like some other men do. Get out of here. And get me some money, too. You're sitting down and wondering what's it all about. If you ain't got no money, they will put you out. Why don't you do right? Like some other men do. Oh, it's about... Oh. I've never heard this song. Ever. Get out of here. Get me some money, too. That's a really... Now, if you had prepared 20 years ago, you wouldn't be wandering now from door to door. Why don't you do right? Oh, it's okay. Okay, like some other men do. Get out of here. Get me some money too. I'll listen to it after. I got a curiosity here. I'll do a drink after. Get out of here. Get me some money too. Why don't you do right? Oh, that's really hell. Like some other men. Oh, that's a really... Let's be a really long one. I'm out of alcohol. Solid, I'll cue that up for 10 p.m. Someone sent me a notification on Discord. 10 p.m. so I'm drinking again. It's 9:26 right now. I'm just doing this so I stagger and I don't end up a mess for my roommate? Yo, they have Michael in the bathroom. Do I do more musicals? Do I just keep going down the musical mind? Or do I listen to the cover? Because if I keep going, I'm just gonna keep going. Listen to the cover. Okay, I'll get the cover to listen. Oh, where's it at? Why don't you do right? Jessica Rabbit. It's probably gonna sound completely different, and I'm gonna feel like a clown, ain't I?
You had plenty money. You let
Oh, it's this song.
make a fool of you. Why don't you do
I know this song.
like some other men do?
Yeah, I have no like singing, understanding, or grasp. So everything I do, I'm just reading and comprehending as my brain goes, not thinking of the song if I don't immediately recognize the song. I was probably reading some very like quote unquote soulful, very like organic karaoke readings or interpretation. Iconic. I should take my pills. I have my pills to take. These tags must be illegal. Hi, Jovan. Welcome in. Which tag? Is it the void tag? The girl failure tag? Which tag? I'm gonna take my pills. My tummy's a little ouchy. One pill down. 2 more to go. Ah! It's Jovan pronounces it. Okay, Jovan. Horny on main. Oh. I'm horny all the time. I have 2 wins. I'm a little drunk right now, sorry. This is your first interaction, but I'm drunk right now. Take everything I say on this stream with a grain of salt and my really subpar karaoke singing. Yeah, you're getting to know me at my most vulnerable and I'm awkwardly singing karaoke. I'm gonna take a sip of soda. This is probably weird. But my tummy's feeling really upset. This is probably because I haven't eaten since like noon. So it's probably catching up with me, isn't it? If you have really funny copy pasta, Finbar, feel free to just drop it. Thank you for the follows, Jovan. Thank you. If you have a really funny copy pasta, I'll just read it. I have my pill melting on my tongue right now. Let me message my roommate about making me something. She'll probably be a doll. Let me message her. Okay, she said okay. I'm an ASMRist because I do a lot of funny, well, I have an ASMR voice, right? I go like, oh, Chad, I love you so much. You're such good listeners, stuff like that. I do ASMR roleplays on YouTube. It's too big. Oh no, send it in Discord. I do ASMR roleplays on YouTube. I'm a cozy, goofy streamer. I don't bite, I promise. My tummy's a little rumbly. My roommate's sewing me in some pizza rolls and being a DI. And I appreciate her so much. What type of role plays? Goblins, monster girls, all kinds of monster girls. The most recent was a mimic girl. Oh god. What is this? Okay, I'll read A-Pops, I guess, and then I guess I'll read... And I'll read two posters. There's so many. Oh my god. Okay. Is that a boy I smell? Yes, I smell it. Boy smell. I smell it, boy. What is a boy doing here? Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? There's a boy here. I'm freaking out so much. Calm down, and take a nice deep breath. It smells so good. I love boy smell so much. Makes me feel so amazing. It makes him getting tingles all over from the delicious boy scent. It's driving me boy crazy. Sorry, what's your first interaction of me? It's technically not, like, adult. So I guess they let me through. I don't know. It's like, you know, like, it's suggestive, but nothing's happening. Greetings, fine young maidens. I am a humble farmer, 32 years, with a tolerable face and an even more tolerable personality. I have a perfect cat. He is truly excellent. You would not understand unless you have met him. I'm in search of a lady to wed and to act as enjoyable company for my cat while I'm out farming and unable to give him the love he rightly deserves. If intrigued, please send a letter to my farmstead or visit my cat in person. If you'd like to be acquainted with my cat before commit. Where's my part 3? Come on, A-Pop. You can't give me part 1 and part 2 and leave me no part 3. Okay, on to Finbice. I'm already lost. Let's see. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them in the furnace of war. I shall forge them. They shall be of iron will and steely sinew. In great armor I shall clad them, and with the mightiest weapons shall they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness shall bite them, sorry. They still have such tactics, strategies, and machines that no foe will best them in battle. They are my bulwark against the terror. They're the defenders of humanity. They are my space marines. And they shall know no fear. I'm willing to read pretty much anything as long as it's TOS friendly. The reason I read this out redeem is so expensive, we have one chatter who does a lot of questionable read this outs. That hurt my tummy. Ah. Yeah, I need that food soon, hopefully. I'll eat another piece of candy. Am I a guy or a girl? I'm a girl. I'm very open about it, but I'm trans, male to female. Doesn't really bother me. I'm a woman in all things. I'm very much able to move my voice. That makes sense. It tends to rest at a really nice, like, resting, I'd say androgynous level. I do that kind of purposely. People enjoy it. Yeah, it's really good for ASMR. when I'm doing read this out redeems, I let myself go goofy and kind of dip up and down. Yeah, exactly. I'm comfortable in myself. I don't feel any need to mask or disregard who I am. I just got the wrong character select screen. That's all it is at the end of the day. We make do. They didn't give me a respec option, so I forced one. Then after these pizza rolls get here, we're gonna play something small and regain ourselves and figure out what we're gonna do. I would like to go straight back into like doing a lot more karaoke goofiness. What's the Discord? It's pretty cozy. A lot of goofiness, small day-to-day chatter. Here's the Discord button, I think. Yeah, it is. Sorry, drunk. Our Discord's pretty cozy. I recommend it. We talk about tabletop RPGs, we talk about Magic the Gathering, talk about games, we post memes. Everyone's welcome. I love all my flock. I'm always looking for more friends in terms of other streamers. PG-13 chat in there, right? Yeah, I'd say the main chat is. I mean, I have a very curated 18 plus section, but that's I have to personally know you and acknowledge you're 18 plus to hand out the role. I do it that way so I have full control. I don't mind if people under 18 end up in my sphere because how old am I? I'm 24. 24. I've been around the internet. As a kid, I went in too many corners I shouldn't have before I did. Like when I did. I know how people are. Okay, grandma. Okay, while we're waiting, because I'm waiting on my roommate now, because they're being a doll and running me food whenever the air fryer is done. God bless their heart. We have two options. Do we want me to play a rhythm game while I'm drunk? Or do we want me to like goof off in a random Dota custom game? Because I can't karaoke while I'm like sitting like this. Cause my tummy's actually rumbling and I'm feeling that weird like alcohol like... Karaoke and Kyo. That sounds like a bad recipe. I'm trying to be careful because I can feel the alcohol. Like, karaoke's paused right now. Yeah, it's paused. Because I need to get something in my stomach. Because I think I'm hitting that point of drinking of I have an empty stomach. It's going to be the big decide on how I can go. But yeah, my community has never been strictly... Feel free, hi. Let me mute. Oh my god, I got pizza rolls. They smell so good. But yeah, no, my streams are fully safe for people under 18, I'll say. But it's a little bit of an apprehensive moment in the sense of like, I do make 18 plus content. I do allude to a lot of 18 plus stuff. So, I'm gonna say it like... if you don't engage in 18 anything 18 plus, I don't personally care as a person because I was a youngster who did a little too much, and I'm aware of what youngsters do. But since I'm aware, I'm obviously going to keep up a guard in that instance, but just be respectful, and I don't really care. Anybody can click on my stream and watch it at the end of the day. Yeah, I don't really care. I'm just going off of my country stuff, but yeah. But, well, I'll throw in Dota Auto Chess. I'll play around in Dota Auto Chess randomly while I eat my pizza rolls and grumble. My stomach's very grumbly. It feels very upset. I'm kind of worried. Hot. I did not think before I chewed. Yeah. Pretty much as long as you're not actively engaging or going near my plus 18 content, Twitch is considered my minus 8, my under 18 content. I don't care. They're separate things. I think a Project Melody is the best example. His streams are pretty any ages friendly on Twitch. Everything off of Twitch, oh no. That's how I consider it. Let's just throw in a random Dota Auto Chess. It's something in the background. It'll keep us busy visually and it'll give me something to look at. Yeah, I'm not drinking right now actively because I definitely felt a little like weird mentally for a bit. Oh, there's all the sauce that I pushed out. That's why I put the pause on for a bit to like kind of take a bit to like think about it. I just clicked on the wrong thing.
Oh well?
Okay, honestly, I feel bad, but I'm gonna ban the miner because I'm a little worried by that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jovan, if you're still watching, but it makes me like I feel like I'm kind of uncomfortable, but also not. I'm sorry, that's on me. I want to be safe because I'm kind of adjusted to a more 18 plus environment, anyways. And I might as well future-proof it starting like now. I should probably mark myself with an 18 plus tag. I'm sorry. I'm too horny to be under 18. I think timed out would have been better, but my drunk self clicked a button. It's no hard feelings, I'm sorry. I won't say drunk Autumn's the best judge. I would just rather... I'm big on curating my space and making sure it's a space I feel comfortable in. I don't want to feel worried about anything and wake up to any surprises of like... So suddenly having someone I know is under 18 in my space, because everyone in my space currently I could see like they either seem above 18 or they haven't given me a reason to not think they're not. I assume everyone's above 18, and I've only given the role to people I know are above 18. Like NSFW. I should probably just curate myself with that. I hate the idea of like ever sitting there with like the 18 plus roll on my stream. But, ooh. But I just wanna make sure I feel comfortable. Like, in a year, if he reappeared, I would fully unban. Or in a few months if he was 18. This isn't anything personal. I'm just doing it more to cover my own ass, because I know I'm unapologetically horny over time. I am not a good person to watch if you're under 18. I am just constantly horny. Yeah, especially if my re-debut where I've talked before. I'm kind of gonna be going in a bit more of like a openly horny mode. I don't want anyone that gets side swiped by like horny content or surprisingly hit with it. I just want people to be aware. I don't want like people to get like, what the hell? The sheep's horny when they're on my content. This is Dota TFT. So my brain's kind of starting to razzle a bit. Like, I'm feeling the subtle bit of dizziness and it kind of has me worried. I'm doing my best. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep a nice strict boundary with it. I feel bad because I originally said it's fine, but I'd rather be safe. Oh wait, what? That means that's a round going? Dude, this shit's always so confusing. I lost a neutral round because I didn't even know when. I'm not gonna drink more probably. I feel bad, but if I'm kind of at the like tipsy point, if I get any more drinky redeems past, then I'll go disable it. I'd rather be safe. Saying claps in the bed good tonight. Yeah, I can just feel my tummy kind of. Okay, this custom mode's pissing me off. I have to wait for two. I'll just throw on balloons or something really quick. I have to wait for 2 seconds twice? It's a custom games against Leaf. I have to wait for 2 seconds twice. And a bunch of stuff happened. I have a collab tomorrow too. I don't want to be an unrespectful collab partner. I'm gonna make sure I'm good by then tomorrow. Don't forget, if you have a reason to use it, I do have my new badge sheep redeem. Bad on them. It's the little horny spray bottle. But I've really been that horny. Besides my Smasher Pass. And I got this. Thank you. I got this like tray of pizza rolls intending to eat. My stomach's struggling. Is that like I should like relax and like read out? I would just feel bad because I wanted to go 5 hours. I'm trying, yeah, I'll try to pace myself. I barely touched one pizza roll. I dropped it! Oh! Mukbang stream. My pizza Cicero! He's on the floor! I picked it up with my foot. It's okay, I'm a monkey. What? He rolled on the floor and I picked him up with my foot. What? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go really quick, step out and grab more water because my water's empty. That seems responsible. Can do a rare, responsible autumn fuchsia moment. Thank you for self-care. And I'm gonna go try to grab water. Please stay, I'll be right back. Yeah, no worries, please sleep if you need to. I'm gonna be right back. Be right back, I need water. Baby. I got water. Hi. I got water. Hi guys. Let me turn off my book. I don't know how it's turned on. a little worried because my tummy is really rumbly. If I should keep going or not. Because I could rest it now early and be safe, or I could keep going. For sure I'm not doing anything Dota right now. I mean, if you guys have any ideas, let me know. I'm not the best decider of my own fate. I've never been the smartest sheep in the pen. I know, like, my roommate suggested to me to slow drink my drink and try to take it slow, like my water. So she could tell I was pretty tipsy when I wandered out. Makes sense. Nay. I feel like the, like, comfy, like, the quote-unquote smite vibe is probably the all, like, oh, you raid out Autumn, and you, like, let everyone go relax, or hang out with someone a little more coherent. But I like having you guys here. You guys make me feel whole. I like hanging out with you people. I know it's weird. I just like having you guys around. Streaming's my favorite thing. It's hard to not be streaming. You guys are my like, make me feel dorky. Be comfy water. I guess I'll try that. I know my karaoke was very, like, mediocre, but I hope it was fun. I tried my best. I did my best on it for a drunk stumbling fool. No ways. Rock Simulator for maximum comfort. What's Rock Simulator? Rock Simulator? Like Deep Rock? I didn't think I had that one downloaded. Yeah, I don't have that one downloaded right now. Rock Simulator, it's an actual game. Oh my god, there's a $2 game called Rock Simulator. Oh. What? Huh? This is a game? Why is this a game? You're just a rock. Am I too simple for this? Am I too, like... It's just confusing me. I might be responsible and stream a little earlier than I wanted. I figured I'd have like an upper hour in me before I got drunk. I'm sorry I couldn't go for the really long, like 8-hour original goal. I've never been drunk, so I'm not surprised. I might as well give my tummy a proper rest and relax, because I got stream tomorrow with Finbar and Whiplash, and I don't want to let down friends with the collab. Let me get the raid message ready before I even type the raid thing, because I can take an extra second to type it. This felt my world like spin for a second. I'm figuring it's safe and smart to raid out as much as I don't want to. Yeah, let's raid around. You know, I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't even have much more coming. I really appreciate everyone hanging and stopping by and vibing. I'm gonna make sure when I'm like up in the rain morning to actually probably I'm gonna keep drinking water. I'm gonna go to my roomie and be like, please help me. Let's raid Primrose because she was here. I'll drop you guys up. She plays cool retro games. Plays cool retro games. She's playing Advanced D&D on the NES. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. We have a collab. I don't know if I'm streaming. I'm gonna ask them how we're streaming it, because I know some people dig one person streams or everybody. I'm gonna go rest my tummy so I don't vomit. I love you guys. Bye bye.